Hello, welcome to AUTOMAT Live-Coding. This is the stream where we write an application that can play other games. It looks roughly like that, and it already has the functionality that we want it to have. Now we just want to polish it so that it's usable when you first download it. The way it works is that the job it does is similar to AutoHotkey and other macro recording apps. It's able to capture a sequence of keystrokes using this macro recorder object. Like here, we have two keys, left and right, and it writes the sequence of keys into another object. And because the app is composed of multiple objects that can be connected in various ways, it's fairly reusable. The same key object can be used in a different context by connecting it to different objects. The current library of objects is fairly small, but it doesn't stop us from releasing it. It's already useful, it can record macros. If you're playing any grindy game, it can actually be useful to record a sequence of actions and replay it forever. There are many small things that we would like to fix. For instance, right now AUTOMAT is able to save its state when I close the app. When I reopen it, it will restore this state. However, there are some small edge cases, things which are not saved, like when there is a very, I'm stressing, very busy kind of processing happening in AUTOMAT. Not like that, even more active. Anyway, this is sometimes not properly serialized. I cannot reproduce the problem, but I know it exists, so we are going to fix that. And we're going to fix a couple other things as well. We would like to hard code some initial machine into AUTOMAT so that when it's first started, it's already usable right out of the box. You don't have to build anything to use it. And then some visual tweaks, adding shadows. Shadows are very important. I don't think we'll get through shadows today, but we will see. And many other loose ends ahead of us that we will have to fix. However, before I start, we are going to develop this on Windows today, so I will be switching a lot between my Linux machine and Windows. I don't want to do this manually, so I'm writing a small utility that will do this for me. And so far, I can already kind of get the information about where is my mouse cursor, on what machine. Right now it's on VR, and when I move it down, it's on X1, and VR, and X1, and VR. So when I move my mouse cursor across many computers that I have here, I get information about what monitor the mouse is currently on. Now I want to use it to drive OBS. So this is what we are going to start. The first probably half an hour we will spend implementing screen switching in OBS. Okay, let's go. I think the way we could do that is that I have this simple loop here which communicates with OBS. What I think I could do is I could create OBS scene There is atomic string. No, of course not. I have no idea what is this atomic dot value. We will just store a string here. Or maybe yeah, let's just keep this as atomic value. Maybe there is an atomic string in Go, let's see. Blah blah blah. I don't care about uints. Uints are simple. We can use value for our atomic type. It would be nice if this was typed. That would save us a lot of casting, but whatever. Let's see. We are connecting to OBS. Blah blah blah. Here is where the connection happens. We are passing our password and we are subscribing to some events. Okay, I guess we could subscribe to those events since. Now when we get an event, this is what we call, for input volume meters, we just monitor the volume here. So I expect that we'll get a new unknown OBS event now. I'm restarting the bot, so the chat may temporarily cut off for you. Okay, and let's try switching a scene. Okay, we got an unknown OBS event. We should probably print it in a slightly better way. Like that. I want to see the type.
When I fall a distance. Never knowing which way's up, down.
Okay, we are storing the current scene.
It seems when it's all I'm ever missing, and it feels as though I'm waiting, and I don't need no help.
Okay, I actually wonder how this value is going to be allocated.
I'm ever heading way south. I think I'll find it all somewhere between the ice and fire, 'cause it's all I'm ever thinking.
Yeah, maybe we can do it like that.
And I need another savior. I don't hear anything about it right now. Take down all of this is jaded somehow. It's not me. So fade a little off in the wind. Make it up, break it up, find out it's the hardest to be.
And let's log something.
Never good at reading signposts. I lost my way at 1:15. I'd shed a tear if I could even conjure up emotion. And I'm hungry for a feeling. I don't hear anything
Okay,
right now.
we are getting those notifications, but I think the initial value, we still don't have the initial value. I think we should have it. So right after we connect,
Make it up, break it up, find it, it's the hardest. Don't hear anything about it right now. Take down all of this is jaded somehow. It's not me. So fade a little off in the wind. Make it up, break it up, find it, it's the hardest to be.
okay, there are absolutely no parameters here. Can I pass a new here? I wonder. Yes, I can. I can even pass nothing. Nice. So let's print it. Initial scene empty. This is not good. Maybe preview scene. Let's see the full message. Okay, this is so annoying. Apparently the deprecated field contains the value. All right. So we have this atomic value which stores the string with the current scene. What are we going to do? So let's create a mapping which contains OBS scenes and machine names. To Mercy++. Okay, it can be a variable, not an issue. Okay, we have VR, which is the same as main scene. We have X1 for some reason, which maps to nano. We also have okay. So there are 3 different inputs that we will switch around.
Art by Hazelin just followed on Twitch. Art by Hazelin says,
Hi.
Hi, thank you for the follow.
What's up, bro?
Well, I'm currently modifying the stream infra, so it might be a little bit spotty. I mean that you may...
follow you.
Yeah, I mean you may disappear for a second from chat if I restart at this time.
How are you?
I'm good. Okay, we have some old stuff here. Unnecessary. So what we want to do here? We have the screen, the mouse. I think this. So let me write down what we should do. Find the monitor config for this screen. Yes, absolutely. 2. I'm coding right now, trying to get this out of the way quickly. So sorry, I'm not going to describe my day. It's alright.
Tadoom says,
Are you using Barrier to automatically detect which monitor your mouse is on to switch scenes?
Yeah. This I can show you even like, the trick here. So the thing is, in Barrier, in settings, I'll make sure that I don't have any passwords here. Okay, I don't. So in Barrier, you can specify that you want to log everything that happens in Barrier. And with a file like that, this is how it looks like. And when I move my mouse around, for example, I move it to another screen, I get a message that it's switching from VR to X1 at some coordinates. And when I move across whatever number of computers I have, I get those messages here.
So cool. Great idea.
I used to do it differently in the past. I used to do SSH, and over SSH you can query mouse position using system APIs. There are different APIs on Windows and different APIs on Linux. Anyway, I'm trying to get this out of the way very quickly because the point of this stream is not to work on stream infra, the point of this stream is to work on AUTOMAT. So, we want to find the monitor, check if... check the current scene in OBS and check if it's
He's working on AUTOMAT software. It's in the description.
yeah. AUTOMAT, in case you're wondering, it's this is what we are doing mostly on screen. This is the automation application. It basically kind of clicks mouse and presses keyboard buttons for you.
URL.
Yeah, it's a small utility, but I would like to extend its functionalities in the future. Right now we're just trying to release the 1.0 version.
Can you make it sentient in the future?
we can definitely, and we will definitely put some neural networks there. But not in a sense that, like, most neural networks are being put, more like tools. Because, you know, when you have Ollama, for instance, not Ollama, but any, like, language models that you can run locally, it's nice to use them as tools that can solve fuzzy problems for you. Sometimes it's very difficult to write, like, a script, a Python program to do something, but it's very easy for a language model to kind of figure out.
Prompting them is annoying, though.
It is, yeah. Yeah, but the way I see, like, language models and, like, stable diffusion is that they will probably be tools, like in this toolbar that AUTOMAT has at the bottom. There will probably be tools that will kind of drive LLMs. Nothing crazy. Okay, let's get the OBS scene. I have no idea if I'm using this value properly. It doesn't feel correct to me. But there is a function like that in Go, so... Okay.
Did you see Hugging Face released new checkpoints for their promptable TTS model with emotive speaking?
URL.
Let me see that. I wonder. Yeah, I think we could switch to Parler fairly easily because it's supported by the backend that I'm using to generate text.
It's pretty cool and has like 30 per train named voices.
Let's see. So this is one description.
But no voice cloning without fine-tuning.
It's not a problem. I can fine-tune. I have like insane GPU, like since a couple of weeks, so I'm looking for opportunities to use that. Let's check this out.
Did you see Huggin Face released new checkpoints for their promptable to model with emotive speaking?
Okay. Better, but way slower. Let's see. The models are tiny, by the way.
The large checkpoint is better, and you can prompt it to sound how you like it.
Did you see Hugging Face released
Which GPU
checkpoints
did you
for
get?
their prompted web check?
Like this is big.
Jot to you.
Yeah. I found a fun thing. So there are some producers that they make GeForce 4090, but they don't sell it. Dell, for example. Dell, they make 4090s, but they only have pre-assembled machines. This is the only way to get one of those kind of GPUs. And because they are selling it together with a machine, it's cheaper because they are like selling you at the same time like everything. So some people who are buying those machines and they don't need a beefy GPU, they just get the like workstation and they sell off the GPU separately. It's totally unsupported. They don't release, you know, any custom drivers, any custom toolkits. It cannot be overclocked. It doesn't have any LEDs or anything like that. It's just very ordinary like workstation, but high performance workstation GPU. It's not meant for gaming, but they have the same parameters. It's still like the same kind of chipset there. High speed DDR memory.
So it's basically better than all the RGBGS on the market.
They can be a couple $100 cheaper. And they have slightly less functions because, you know, overclocking actually could be nice. 4090 normally can be overclocked.
Did you see Hugging Face released checkpoints for their prompted web check?
Okay, let's see. Let's see if it can generate like cool stylized voices.
That would be funny.
Did you see Huggin Face released new checkpoints for their promptable TS model with emotive speaking?
It doesn't drop many words, so that's nice. But it doesn't follow the prompt at all.
I think the prompt is only for the speaking style and for using pre-trained speaker. Like low quality, hissing, background noise and emotions.
Give me a sec. Generation is actually very slow. Yeah, I think the descriptions, probably I'm out of distribution here. It seems like most of the descriptions are about regular speakers, like people, not about voice acting.
AUTOMAT is based on the Cope TS engine, similar to the Cope Wave, but phonetics extension for text generation, Webflow sync. However, supports a variety of advanced features, such as a settings page, low VRAM, support naming signals, CN.
It's very quiet, even for me. So
ONN calls.
yeah, looks nice. I don't think I will be switching yet. XTTS feels slightly more robust for me. It's a different backend.
Would be amazing if you could portray alien voices with this, and stuff like R2R2, all into one model for Rashi.
Actually, this is what I'm using right now, and this works very well. XTTS v2. The thing is, you prompt it not with a text description, you prompt it with a voice sample. So you have to record a 6-second sample of voice that you want, and that's enough to generate kind of more of the same. So I'm using this with voices from Baldur's Gate 3. They have very good voice acting in that game. You know, Lae'zel, Astarion, the narrator, they are just amazing. So I'm playing with those voices, and I'm playing other game, Rogue Trader. So I have a mod that can actually synthesize voices for characters in this game.
Sunobark is also cool. It can do sound effects like coughing with cough and stuff, but it's even slower. So cool.
Yeah, so the issue with this game is they have good writing. I think writing is the same level as Baldur's Gate, but they don't have voice acting. The production quality is way lower in Rogue Trader. So I'm literally playing Baldur's Gate voices in this game, which it's still not as good as Baldur's Gate, but like, voice acting just brings so much to the game. Oh, and let me check the Sunobark. Could be interesting. So I'm interested in this because one of the points on the roadmap, soonish, is to add voices, like sounds, everywhere. And going through like, open sound or like free sound libraries, it's just, you have to spend a whole day and you get maybe like 2 or 3 audio samples, and they are never perfect. It would be nice if it was possible to generate those sound effects from descriptions. Page could not be found. Great. It's very kind of, to me, it's slightly disturbing when a website asks you for OAuth and immediately after you sign in, it just crashes. Because it also tells me how well do they manage those tokens.
There is also Facebook Audiocraft, but their Hugging Face are broken. And Stability Audio Gendai.
URL.
How is the generation? Wow, it's fairly slow. But that may be a good thing. Slow generation means that results may be higher quality.
The biggest thing about Bark is that it can sing and generate all kinds of weird stuff.
Okay, that's very interesting. Commercial use is strictly prohibited. I wonder about those kind of warnings. I wonder how do they apply to the stuff generated out of this? Can they even apply to stuff generated by this? Like, this is what I wonder.
Hello, my name is Suno, and I like pizza.
I usually
I
ignore
also
them.
have other interests
ML is
such
such
as
a
playing
Wild West
tic-tac-toe.
field.
Let's try unconditional, yes, because we want to have audio effect.
URL.
If you want to run this faster,
Nice. No, the way I think about using this would be entirely offline, just to generate audio samples that then will be embedded within Automat. For example, when you pick up object or drop it or click on a button, those kind of very short kind of audio feedback kind of clips. Okay, it actually doesn't do any effects.
URL.
this one should work quite well for audio effects to hear. Bark is more for TTSA.
It didn't generate something. Like a whirring machine voice. Man, you know this stuff.
I check GitHub trending every morning while drinking my tea while watching.
Be right back.
URL.
Let's check the next one. Let's try it. Blah, how do I generate again? It's annoying that they have so much space, but the website is clearly optimized for mobile. You have just one like, vertical scrollable screen. It's not bad. I mean, of course, it doesn't follow the prompt exactly, but yeah, this is actually a cool one. Hey, this is amazing. This is exactly actually what I was looking for. So they used a couple large open source audio libraries. Yeah. This is amazing. Thanks.
You can even finch it on the game audio effects.
Nice. Yeah, so we'll be using this probably in a couple of weeks.
Or try something with LoRa, maybe. Since it's a diffuser model, it might support LoRa for tuning.
Nice. Are there any, like, because for LoRa's to work, I think the model has to be very popular, like the base model. People actually, there actually have to be, you know, there needs to be a large user base of a single base model for LoRa's to work. Because if you retrain the base model, LoRa's stop working. Or maybe you mean LoRa's for fine-tuning, yes. Maybe... to be honest, I don't think I will be fine-tuning anything, because this looks good enough to use it as is. With the scripts that they give here, I can prepare literally like 100 prompts and leave it overnight, and for each the next morning I will have 20 or 30 different audio samples for each prompt.
Overnight room heater with that 4990 lol.
Yeah. 4090 is actually not that crazy in terms of heating. Yeah, it is warm, but it's not like a heater, like actual room heater level warmth. It's more like having a small cooking stove under the desk.
The Bark CP project wants to add audioed M2 as well in their roadmap. But gosh, for faster local inference.
Nice. It's very weird to me to see that the Python models are slower than just stuff rewritten in C++. When I was like reading about high performance, neural processing, I thought that like the key to high performance is to use the accelerators, which are like in your hardware. So instead of just calling C++ and doing everything on the CPU, the right way to do it is to have like a special like Intel extension or NVIDIA extension that will do very fast matrix multiplication. Yeah, so it's very weird and contrary to like everything that I see on the conferences. Like the fact that just C++ implementation is faster. I mean, it's still using CPU intrinsics to like invoke like compiler intrinsics to invoke like faster operations, but there is nothing like
I think it's because most of the AI stuff is done by researchers that aren't very proficient with the hundreds of ways to run models via Transformer, PyTorch, on scrum time, etc.
So weird. I was also kind of the time when I learned programming, it was early 2000s. There was this idea around that we shouldn't learn assembly because compilers are going to be so good that they will kind of do assembly better than any human could. And even today, it seems like it's still not the case. I somehow felt that, you know, those Python libraries for running ML, that they would be able to optimize the computation graph so well that, you know, after optimizing it, they would just send it for GPU for execution, and that would basically dwarf any kind of native CPU-based evaluation inference.
I think NVIDIA has something like that called Nemo.
It's like this is the whole idea with TensorFlow. With TensorFlow, you are just describing, or like PyTorch, and everything that's built on top of TensorFlow. You're just describing the graph of computation, and you're asking the library to optimize this graph. You're saying, hey, this is my hardware. I have like 2 GPUs and a CPU. What's the most efficient way to run it? Please run it.
It's for distributed training over GPU clusters.
Actually, the default TensorFlow is not for distributed training. The distributed stuff is closed source. So I used to work at Google. At Google there is a different version of TensorFlow with more features, which supports, for instance, distributed training. Or maybe it does. Let me see. I don't want to. Or maybe it does have it.
URL.
Okay, so sorry, I was probably wrong here. There is clearly some way to distribute computation in TensorFlow. Check Nemo.
I'm still running a 1080 lol. So the most I can do locally is run in 4 quants of small LLMs.
I used to use 1080 before for 1090. 1080 is still good. I used to do a lot of stable diffusion on 1080. The only issue with that card, I would say, is the memory, because in terms of speed it's fine. It's just, it cannot really load like the nicer, larger models. This is my issue with it.
True.
It's not about Nemo anymore.
URL.
This one is another alternative. That's good at sound effects, Deutsch to on, but you must stop spamming links.
The stuff that I really liked about the one audio LDM2, the stuff that you sent previously, was that it didn't have any like legal booby traps attached. They clearly said this is research, it was trained on public data sets, this is meta, so this could also be nice. But the other ones, they had all those, you know, legal warnings, and they make me a little bit concerned about, you know, using this practically. But Meta has fairly decent, at least, you know, with Llama, fairly decent licenses. Hey, this could be nice. One thing I like about MIT and those licenses is that the products of the model, like whatever you use the model for, is not covered by the licenses. It's like you created it. No, it's yours. You can put your own license on it. So very nice.
In the future, really smart developers could make entire games that only use generative AI for everything. 3D models, sound effects, speech, LMS, for real conversations with characters.
Yeah. That would be pretty crazy. When I played with LLMs for story generation, because I was writing like scenarios for role-playing games for my friends. So I was trying to use LLMs for that, and I like to create a crime type stories where the players come and they can meet like a bunch of characters, and they themselves are also kind of sometimes kind of tangled in the story. There is like a murder or a theft or some conspiration, and the players have to figure out what's happening, follow the breadcrumbs, solve the mystery. This is the kind of stories that I like. And LLMs were... they did help me, but not with the crime element, like not with the main story. They were very good at tropes, because quite often it was very difficult for me, for example, to imagine like what could be a motivation of, I don't know, a paladin from, if you know Warhammer Universe.
I know some people that do IRP with their LMs using Scylla Tavern. It auto-generates images like a visual novel using stable diffusion while
Yeah.
you chat with the character lol.
So we had, for example, a situation like there was this like paladin, and I wanted him to be like a paladin from Bretonia. I wanted him to be in like on some ship, and I wanted him to be on the side of somebody else. A side of, for example, of princess, but that princess was not actually a princess, it was a thief who was impersonating a princess. And the model was like very good with those kind of, I wanted him to, I asked the model, try to come up with a motivation for this paladin, why he would like to, for example, serve this like fake princess. That fake princess had no money, she just pretended to be rich, to be on the ship and to steal something. And the model was very good. It came up with the idea that this paladin was ambitious. He came to like a chapter of knights, but then it turned out that this chapter was very kind of boring, like they didn't do any heroic stuff. So he was kind of inviting trouble by kind of solving problems that nobody asked him to solve, and that eventually led to him being expelled from the chapter. He made a terrible mistake and he went out and he's now traveling. He's like a rogue knight and he's trying to redeem himself, and he found a lone traveler, a princess, who was being he thought that she was being robbed. She actually was not being robbed. She was like just paying her friends, and he killed those robbers and saved the princess. And the princess, because she's a bandit essentially, she took advantage of him, and now the paladin travels with her and is unknowingly helping her, commit a crime. So it was very good. Like sometimes LLMs can come up with very nice kind of background. They can fill the gaps nicely.
Amazing how LMEs can help with creative stuff.
However, this is a cherry-picked example. This is the best example that it gave me after like 2 days of, fighting it. It's very trope heavy.
Oh no.
So the characters, from their description, you can already see, you can already predict how the story will unfold. So you have to tamper the LLM a little bit and make sure you have to sanitize its output so that it doesn't give away, for example, important secrets.
URL.
Unfortunately, it's probably only accessible from your...
Oh, well.
URL.
Yeah. By the way, this is a very nice, very good prompt following.
And that's just the small model.
I think I've heard about this. It was being a kind of on... People were discussing this as an alternative to Stable Diffusion because it's also open weights, if I remember correctly. Or maybe not.
Downside is the open models do not support negative prompts. Only their API does.
Get rid of those breaks. We have to pass a scene name. Let's This could be an... So the thing is, when we switch the scene, do we want this to be blocking? There is a very nasty issue here. We have multiple kind of Go routines that run totally separately. And I think that this Go routine could spam the other one with those messages. So, if this is non-blocking, yeah, then we will have issues. I think this has to be blocking, there has to be a back pressure on this Go routine. Okay, I think this could work. Let me restart the streambot. Okay. I think we are sending a little too many messages. Switch OBS scene. I think after switching the scene, we should wait more. Like 5 seconds. Okay. Cool. Cool. That will help a lot. Now I can move the cursor and the scene switches automatically. Nice. I could even remove this 1 second of latency, but who cares? It would be more fragile. Let's switch to AUTOMAT. Now we are in Windows land. Oh crap. Yeah, I have to restart the stream bot. Now we have it. Okay. Yeah, we want to serialize the task queue. It's actually not that simple, the task queue. Where is it? Not in root. Here. Yeah, the way I handle task has to change. I was actually thinking about ways to get rid of scheduler completely. So this is something that I could probably... Oh, I can actually show something even cooler that I have made some time ago. So I have a GoPro. In addition to all those computers, I have a GoPro here. And if I switch to a specific output here, yeah, you can essentially see my desk. So instead of drawing in Krita or whatever, I can draw in a notebook.
Tadim says,
Fancy nice split, KB.
Yeah. I've been setting OBS kind of transitions. So there are a couple of ways that execution of objects could be organized. So there is one way which is based on like procedural kind of sequencing. In procedural sequencing, I could draw a sequence diagram, like from UML. We can imagine different components of calling each other. So when one component needs another, it can issue a call to another, then that component can return some response. It can call, for example, as it ends, it could transition control to a different component. Something like that. And the way to implement this procedural sequencing, typically, is to just have a stack. So this is stack-based. This is how most programming languages work. Something similar could be done without stack, but then you don't have the ability to call back into your original kind of message. You only have this kind of message passing, where one object can pass like a signal to another. And this is empty here because if you look at like procedure, let's say ABC, procedure A ends here, passes control to C kind of completely. There is no A kind of being. A has just lost its state. And then the C can call back into A. So depending on whether you have stack or not, you can call into another method without returning from your original one. Or coroutines, you can also have like messages passed between coroutines in a similar. Anyway, so this is one way to execute a bunch of objects, like procedural, just a bunch of functions that call each other. There is one more, at least one more, which is based on state invalidation, synchronization, or like observing other objects. I think this is something that's so where does it happen? For example, in holograph. Holograph is one example. I recently was like showing holograph on stream. This is like update propagation. The idea here is that you have a bunch of objects that compute some values, and they depend on values of other objects. So typically we order them like horizontally left to right or top to bottom, but they don't really have to be arranged in a circle. They can create, like, they don't have to be arranged in a line. They can have cycles. Something like that. And when this object updates its value, it sends the notification to all of the objects which depend on it, which are kind of reading it. If the value is really different, then they will be notified and they will execute. So the execution will, it will run like that until it's stopped. Do we have other sequencing models? Well, the big thing is that
Is this for the base execution flow?
kind of, I'm specifically looking at the current way that I handle the task queue in AUTOMAT. So right now it works very similarly to JavaScript, for instance, where you have just a sequence of tasks to execute, and each object can just append its own kind of task there, and a task can do anything. The objects currently, they implement both of those models, but they are using this task queue as a way to avoid hitting each other, kind of. Because sometimes when those kind of objects, when they interfere with these kind of objects, they need to kind of not execute at the same time. So a single task queue is a way of serializing execution and avoiding any sort of issues. But when I was looking at AUTOMAT, when I was playing like Super Mario Bros. With AUTOMAT, I noticed that there was this issue that a single task queue is actually limiting, because the rendering has to be interleaved with execution, and rendering is fairly slow. So it was blocking task queue for a long period of time, and because of that, it was causing a lot of jitter in terms of event delivery. So the events were not delivered at a proper frame, and this is important for AUTOMAT. Like the event delivery has to be very, very consistent. We cannot be a millisecond late, because a millisecond late means that we are out of sync with the game. Like event delivery has to be rock solid. I think something like 10th of a millisecond would be a good target, but yeah, ideally as low as possible. So I was thinking of ways to get rid of task queue. So instead of having one sequential task queue and one thread which executes tasks, I'm trying to think of a way to split execution and rendering so that they can happen on separate threads independently of each other. We will still have some locking, but this locking will be much, much smaller, much, much faster. I think locking a mutex takes about, I think 50 to 100 cycles.
Interesting problem. My last pretzel just melted.
So the reason I'm kind of bringing up those models is that they could, so we could theoretically, instead of having a single thread which just executes all of the tasks one after the other, we could have mutex in every object possibly, or maybe not even a mutex. Maybe some objects, because many objects are stateless, they don't really, yeah, they can be rendered without locking anything. So I think we could have a separate thread for rendering, and like for execution we wouldn't even have a separate thread. It's just whenever an event comes into AUTOMAT, for example from a timer, that timer thread would take care of executing objects which kind of should be executed next. Everything would happen on the same thread without crossing any thread boundaries. We would just lock mutexes when we need to access like cross-thread state. So I'm thinking of a way to actually organize execution around objects, just having internal mutexes, optional mutexes, and executing stuff, just doing the job immediately without any task queue whatsoever. The thing is, I think this model of execution would require me to kind of think about this more deeply. For example, how do we transfer? So what are the object APIs for doing update propagation, and what are the object APIs for doing procedural sequencing? Maybe we could use coroutines here. Actually, it's not crazy to use coroutines here. So C++ has coroutines which they are a little bit controversial because they require memory allocation for each coroutine. But maybe it would be a very nice way to write objects, have them as coroutines. Never mind. Without coroutines. Yeah, I think that would be very interesting. I think that could solve the synchronization issue, or at least improve it a lot. So I will look at this. But I think I have to kind of sleep on this problem and maybe design it a little bit better before I start implementing something. So the way, how do we handle tasks and the current task queues?
Wondering how games usually do stuff like this.
So in games, Factorio, for instance, I think Factorio has a single queue with tasks, or maybe it does not. It's called Factorio Friday Facts. So Factorio has ticks, and every tick it executes some amount of work. Some objects are always executed every tick. Some objects like limit the number of work every tick. I think wires could be executed in a single tick, possibly. But from the perspective of kind of computation, it's totally the same. I mean, there is the same amount of work to be done. It's just, I'm just thinking how to split it and how to merge it with those objects that we have on screen in AUTOMAT. But okay, I will think about this in the background. But when I think about this, it seems to me that maybe we don't need to serialize task queue at all. Because the way we will actually do this eventually is that we will probably ask all of the objects to pause, and when they are paused, then when they are paused, the procedural objects, they can be represented as a stack. Yeah, so for each kind of active thread, let's call it, we will have just a sequence of objects which have called one another, and maybe their kind of temporary state, which will be restored on return. And for update propagation, we will just mark some objects as kind of recently updated. So all of their observers will be executed on the next opportunity. So the way we will do this serialization of like executing machine is that we will ask objects to pause.
What about a pub/sub style message queue?
Yeah, so this is a subset of the procedural model. Kind of. Yeah. This is a very fundamental issue. I will have to think about this. But the way I see the problem initially, like right away, I see that there is we'll probably have to serialize something very weird. Those stacks, for instance, and booleans for objects which have been recently updated. And maybe there are more models that I haven't kind of thought about that we will also have to figure out. Anyway. This task queue is like like a universal language. Almost any computation model can be reduced to a task queue. So I can make those different models work nicely with each other by putting their tasks here. But this will change. There will be no queue. Okay, but for version 1.0 of AUTOMAT, I think we are fine with having a queue. And the queue makes it also probably easier for the user not to mess up, you know, their state. But we will get rid of this. So I will put this in the on the roadmap. Per object locking also has this issue that if you want to lock multiple objects, suddenly it becomes super tricky because it can deadlock, and there are, I don't know of any elegant solutions to prevent deadlocking except maybe restarting execution. So it requires transactions to work properly. Yeah, it could be super messy, but I think this is the way to run very fast. Like, this is the best way to run very fast, because if we have like multi-core CPUs, by multi-core I mean like very multi, this will allow us to run basically at the speed of like almost single core performance, almost no pauses. And there could be multiple kind of threads of work in parallel. You know, however many CPUs you have.
Feel Stankman seems good.
So I think what we could do is first, so the whole point of this kind of project is to make sure that we can replay objects, like replay events consistently. I think it's good to have a benchmark.
Gonna be the fastest playing game ever.
I mean, I haven't even mentioned like the plans for future versions. So I did mention them on one Future of Coding meetup, but it was a very short presentation. And AUTOMAT wasn't public even when I was kind of doing this presentation. This is just, yeah, this is just part of like the high performance stuff. So, about high performance. Ah, it's another machine. So those are fairly high-level objects that send messages to each other. We could also have low-level objects that cannot execute anything. But... Or sorry... okay, so this is a timeline, right? Imagine an object similar to timeline, but instead of keys, like this timeline has essentially kind of... You can connect keys to different tracks.
Did you check out NVFBC for game capture in this?
I did not. I will have to look into game capture soon. Let's see. That sounds like frame buffer capture. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I think we should use that for capturing the screen. Yeah. I was talking about timeline. So imagine a timeline, but instead of keys, right, you will have different type of object arranged here. It will be like a sequence of instructions. And those instructions...
This is cool, but I think it only works on Shadowplay without patching your GPU driver.
Those instructions that will be put on the timeline will be... Volume 2. It will be those instructions. Yeah. So you will have a timeline object where you can put those kind of things. You can sequence them, you know, one after the other. And when this object is actually executed, it will just put those instructions in memory. It will mark them as executable, and it will just jump there and execute whatever you kind of put there. So I want to put a small assembler within AUTOMAT so that you can actually do... If you have, for example, a loop which has to be executed at very, you know, high speed, you will able to use like
I'll get flagged by antivirus 101. Lol.
I think assembly could be a lot nicer if there was a nice GUI for that. For example, for each instruction, it's nice to have like a short description, to have this full explanation of how this instruction works. To have a search. For example, if you're searching for some instruction and you don't know it, it would be nice if you could just, you know, type a couple keystrokes and AUTOMAT should basically suggest you a couple instructions that you could put.
Yeah, that would go hard in NeoVim or something, as a plugin.
Yeah, but also each of those instructions, especially, you know, they are very picky about registers that can be used, for example, to load the data. And I think the interface in AUTOMAT for composing instructions, it should probably kind of show this information. For example, when you add this instruction, it could be displayed as a table. It will get like a new row. This new row will be this instruction. And you will be able to plug those arguments 1 and 2. You will be able to connect them to one of the MMX registers. MMX has like a couple of registers that you can use here. So you will be able to kind of like visually connect them to a specific register, and this instruction will also write its output to a specific register. So when you have different instructions, quite often they have different variants, like this one. And different variants, it's not really an operating system, it's just an editor for assembly.
At this point, you're pretty much writing in a new operating system, AUTOMAT Windows 10.28.
Like this is really, it's more like, do you know Scratch?
Yeah.
Yeah. So imagine that instructions will look similar to the ones in Scratch, but instead of storing state externally, because Scratch has references, it has variables. Next to each instruction you will have those columns, and the columns will be representing registers. So you'll have like a list of instructions, you will drag an instruction, you will attach it, you will be able to like reorder instructions by shuffling them, and AUTOMAT will show you like the columns showing the registers, and when an instruction reads some value from one register and writes it to another, you will actually see this kind of in those columns, like on the right. So for instance,
So you want Scratch for assembly. Will this be for custom state machines inside AUTOMAT?
State machines, maybe, I don't know. I think, yeah, possibly. I think if we have an object which is an assembly editor, that object could like read stuff from, like read numbers or strings from other objects, or pointers from other objects, and it could write its outputs to other objects. So this way you will be able to interface high performance code. And I mean, sorry, I need a break. Sorry.
Really cool.
Yeah, I need to drink something because I'm slowly losing my voice. So I'll make some tea. Be right back.
Can't wait to use AUTOMAT to do live DSP on Game Audio with that lull. you maybe up to get something to drink and snack on this is interesting. Gonna share this with some nerds later. You could even add custom high-level instructions for simple operations like string manipulation.
Okay, I'm back. Hopefully my voice is also back. Yeah, so there will be those two like completely separate kind of features that I think will make latency like of everything in AUTOMAT ridiculously low. It will probably, I think it could be like on par with Python or maybe faster than Python for like object heavy stuff. But if you want to optimize stuff, you know, in assembly, then it could even be competitive with C and C++. Yeah. I'll be right back. Yeah, and what you're saying is, yeah, I agree. But even string manipulation could be done. I think it could be done much better. Like using, okay, I'm right back again. I think even string manipulation could be done nicer if we have visual tools. I mean, not just breaking it down into a bunch of functions like splitting, removing prefixes, suffixes, those kind of things. I think visually there are, for example, all sorts of regular expression visualizers. Maybe they're not super kind of easy to understand, but I think it's possible to design small. Yeah.
Sure, with your animation skills, I believe you will come up with something that looks great.
Thanks. I like how you trust my kind of animation skills. I haven't been professionally animating stuff really. Not by education at least. But those diagrams, I think something similar could be used for string processing. And you know, this could be used to... So regular expressions are typically used to match strings, but theoretically, I think it's possible to create a very similar language, visual language, that would look like very similar to those graphs, but that would also allow you to modify the strings. So you would have operations such as, you know, skip, you know, X characters, or like skip, like a very specific kind of section, replace it with something else. You know, object that manipulates strings, stateful object that manipulates strings.
Like a IOE for set adjoint.
Yeah. And there is really plenty of this stuff that I think, like mixing programming with good visual interfaces. I think it could make programming more approachable. So this is kind of the high-level plan. Yeah, and we have those other projects. Here are the major projects. After we finish 1.0, we will have to pick one of those. We could also have
URL.
Average game engine node editor spaghetti soup. Dart.
This is a state machine. This is an animation state machine. From my rudimentary knowledge of Unity, I can tell that. To be honest, I think there is nothing wrong with it, but the UI could be improved. I think this state machine probably makes sense. The user who built it, it's probably reasonable solution to a problem they had. The problem is probably in the dense connection. There should probably be like an object here that could represent dense connections. You could probably put like a border around this section, and that frame could say like densely connected states, and that's it. All of those connections would disappear. And the same here, another kind of densely connected section. Yeah. So I think the person who built it probably knows what they are doing. It's just the interface is crappy here. Oh yeah. If there is an object like that, then sure. A good one though.
Some of the node graphs that game devs click together in Unreal Engine are pretty messy too.
Mm.
If everything was UI like AUTOMAT, it would be really fun to do it though.
I mean, it's also going to get complex eventually. I think a lot of the like blueprints in Unreal or Blender or those like environments with left to right data flow, sometimes they are trying to represent really complex kind of processing pipelines, and I think maybe they should look complex. I don't know. Okay, about task queue. This is likely to change in the future, so I will skip serialization for now. Let's try to hardcode initial machine state. That sounds like a good idea. Looks fine. Yeah. So now I want to take this AUTOMAT state JSON So this is the save file. And I want to put it in the assets. Okay, if we cannot read automat state, then we will quietly read it from embedded.
Now what if you could have a node that connects two AUTOMAT together? Then you could even build multiplayer automation and control multiple machines with it. Dot.
It failed. Somehow. I don't know why. Embedded fail not found. It's located at a slightly different path. It's using Windows separators. It's not good. Oh, that was just stupid. We should actually read this file. Okay. So I'm thinking about what you're saying with two automats. Yep. It could really, if there was a way to run external programs within Automat, it could work kind of like a terminal. And there is a lot of UX that has to, like UX, user experience polishing, that has to go into this, but it could be nice.
You could display the remote automat as a node that you can edit if the other user gave you permission.
Yeah. Yep. Probably compress those assets somehow. I think a very simple compression actually pays back. It's probably even faster to load it when it's slightly compressed than when it's not compressed at all. But okay, we have done that, and this means that save, state and restore is complete. Okay, now the annoying part. Aligning flip-flop with the grid. Annoying. I mean, it's going to be super easy. Just if we go somewhere, when I drop an object here, you can see that there is this grid position and it's not perfectly aligned. This one seems to be nicely aligned. This one too. But the top is not. It's fairly hard for me to screen is randomly switching to tell how many pixels we have to shave off. not it. I think I know. Those sampling options, we have to change them. Do that. SKI is very different, a very weird way to initialize some values, probably for efficiency. Now we have pixels. It's not good. It's not good because it doesn't seem to be pixel aligned. So this is the texture that we are working with. Switch to Linux. It will be easier to edit this file on Linux. I think it may be broken a little bit right now. Yep. we have to use client with here. This is slightly problematic. So this is how many pixels per millimeter we have. And this is why it's not aligning perfectly. So if we reduce this, we'll get different values. So this is the size that we want. Actually, so regardless of what height we pick, we are not going to align the height of the object perfectly with millimeters. Let's look at width. Okay, there are some good values. Okay, we just need to increase the width by 4 pixels and then we will have perfect dimensions. This is our new layer, and now we have to stretch it. We do have some source images here. And we'll close the source image. And I don't like the stretching. Maybe I could duplicate this layer and move it to the side. Yeah. This way we can avoid stretching artifacts. Cool. It's invisible. Yeah, I wanted to edit the original because the original doesn't have compression artifacts. Now, when I go into AUTOMAT and run it, the object is perfectly aligned with the grid. I can position it to touch those coordinates or those coordinates. Yeah, I didn't change this significantly, so I think everything is still aligned properly. The aspect ratio is a little weird, but it's fine. Nice. And the next one is align the hotkey with the grid. Let's look at the hotkey object. Hotkey is a weird one. Oops. This is nicely aligned. So what's the issue? Oh, this is not the hotkey object. This is the hotkey object. Left edge is aligned, but top and bottom are not. I see. Hotkey is drawn entirely in code, so we should be able to fix it, but by adjusting those values. Yeah, so we have the height of it is equal to 2.3. Okay, be right back. Put this here probably. So I can either make the size of the object even, because the reason it's not aligned is that so it has a integral number of millimeters, the size, but it's not an even number. So when I put it, for example, at this position, it stretches 1.5 millimeter below and 1.5 millimeter above. this shape rect. This is what I want to change. So now it seems aligned, but all of the keys are now offset by 0.5 millimeter. And the buttons. Okay, interesting. Is this even used anywhere? It's not. maybe I should replace them. Because I think Skia uses different vertical axis. This will be top, this will be bottom. Anyway. Now the buttons. That should be bottom. Very weird way to write this. I really need to change how I do transforms. Okay, this is what we need everywhere. I'm actually pretty happy with the way I kind of structure objects. Surprisingly, it's readable. I mean, I can adjust object layout rather easily. All of the buttons have proper positions. almost. You know what? I will go to... What is it? Base.cc. Here is where we serialize positions. I will round this to 6 digits. Now when I close this hotkey. Here, the position is shorter. If I move all of the other objects, they should also kind of get their positions sorted out. For example, timer. When it's aligned to centimeters, it's even nicer. Ooh. About alignment, I think there is one more object that could be aligned. Timeline looks fairly decent already. I think this is already also aligned. Very nicely. Macro recorder. This is the next one. This is so awful. Look, it's not touching the border. Probably because of that. let's try to align macro recorder so that it's nicely positioned in the grid. We have some dead pixels around it. I can create a ruler, but I don't know how long it is. Start here and let's measure from here. Come on. Krita, cooperate, please. We have 488. This is the width. The height is 667. So the current width of the macro recorder is 5 centimeters. I will have to adjust this. You will have to adjust many things. But if the width is 5 centimeters, that's 50 millimeters. The thing is,
Yo, can I plug an AI song?
URL.
For run the
URL.
In digital realms, I'm lost in a dream as binary code cascades upon my screen, where silicon circuits weave a gentle scene. Merge with me through this data stream. Databases, indexing off that stray. All the world outside
you say this is entirely AI generated?
Yes.
Registers through space and time.
Well, except for the lyrics.
Through this data stream. Let my code roll free. Databases, indexing thoughts that stray, while the world outside fades to gray. In native code, our algorithms align. Let us shift registers through space and time. Merge with me through this data stream. Let my code roll free.
That makes me so glad. I'm having so many issues with copyright on YouTube. So if I can auto-generate, musics in some mood, I would totally go for that. By the way, did you generate that?
Yeah, with Suno.
Really? This one? Wow.
And the picture with Flux toy. Let me give you a prompt for this. Glitch, Drempop, Breakcore, Break and Glitch. Glitch, female robot voice. Atmospheric dreamscape. Otherworldly bot.
Yeah, I can already see. This is the good old, like, Stable Diffusion prompting style.
It understands mainly genres.
Um,
This one is a GPT frontend for generating. Custom mode goes directly into the genres and style.
okay, so the stuff that I'm typing here, GPT is going to preprocess it anyway, I see. That's it. That was fast.
It's still generating Touch World. But
I see.
you don't need to listen. This needs to be made for local. It sucks having these monopolists on AI generation.
No worries, the stuff that is being done here right now, using data center technology, in 10 years, every computer is going to be doing that stuff. very good. This is, yeah, I could switch to that already.
You can use the API too, I think, to generate it live.
Amazing. I think I will kind of spend some credits with them and on next stream. Yeah. Thanks so much. This is awesome.
Suddenly, last chance was here now.
Speak up
And I guess I can see the prompts, I can see the text.
how you were hurting, so I could help you.
Every moment I get in love where I belong.
You can also use stuff like layered female vocals, and even prompt it to generate alien sound, since it's based on the same technology as the Bark model.
This is the whole prompt. Wow.
Dagurinn nálgast. Þeirri nálgangir byggan súði maður til múri maður takast bíða. Eftir vetur með sverð og sál, hann snýr aftur til að sækja sína hamingju. Lífið mun enda á vígvelli ævi.
I guess it finds other similar songs.
Been playing around a lot with this.
It gets very trippy quickly. Okay, actually the prompt that I specified was completely removed. Yeah, it was just replaced with atmospheric glitch. I'll put your prompt again.
URL.
This is the same prompt, just with Shugas in front.
In digital realms, I'm lost in a dream. As binary code cascades upon my screen, where silicon circuits weave a gentle theme. Merge with me through this data stream. Let my code roam free. Vector databases indexing thoughts that stray, while the world outside fades to gray. In native code, our indexing thoughts that native code, our algorithms align. Let us shift registers through space and time. Merge with me through this data stream. Let my code roam free.
Amazing. Finally, I think we are going to be free from copyrighted music.
Faces indexing thoughts that stray, while the world outside fades to gray. In native code, our algorithms align. Let us shift registers through space
This is
and
amazing. The execution is so good.
merge with me.
It's so good for creators in general. Just hope the tech gets more democratic and open.
Yeah. I mean, it definitely will be. I'm not worried about that. And whenever an open source alternative pops up, I'm switching to whatever is open source. That's my... This is what I always do. I always use these... Always use those local neural LLMs, even when they are like... Even when they were garbage, I still prefer to use them locally. Just for the sake of, you know, I have a PC. Why do I have to call some like random service online for stuff that my GPU can generate?
Same low. Using Llama 3.8b RN2.
Yeah. And llamas, like, right now, it's not even bad, like, the Llama 3. It can actually, like, do stuff now.
Some generations require a little post-processing. Circles.
Japanoise.
You can also upload your voice.
Wow.
And turn it into a song.
We could resurrect Freddie Mercury.
This goes kinda hard.
Let's go for something nice. This is amazing. I'm just like, my expectations kind of keep increasing. I wanted to follow the prompt now. Yeah, I want to have something which has rock. but that switches genres. It's probably not an easy thing to do. Maybe if I use the upload audio.
If you want more control, you can change the control flow in lyrics with like intro.
I'm almost out of credits.
Or alien chatter. Never tried it this way.
Let's try this. And okay, maybe something longer.
If it can do this, it would be amazing.
The bar is very high, so I don't think if it does kind of anything that's able to kind of switch between different genres, it's already going to be amazing. I mean, it's already amazing, like even without switching genres. Oh. And the next one. It's not. I think probably there was We didn't have anything like that in the training data. What is it called? Pipes? Pipe organ. But it is doing it retains the structure from this prompt.
You can use typical terms like intro, bridge, chorus, and so on to manage the sections, but I don't think you can do more advanced stuff yet.
Well, it actually has varied. This music actually tells a story. I don't know what that story is, but it's there. There was this pause here, for instance. Yeah, those are really, really good.
If you pay them $10 a month, you even get commercial rights to it.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I wonder if they can limit rights to the usage of the stuff generated by this, because I suppose it was trained on public data sets. It's not pipe organ, it's not very ethereal, but okay.
I think they use watermarking, but don't know if they can enforce anything.
So, my problem with this, out of all of these samples, I haven't heard even a single piece of pipe organ. This is how it should sound.
Find genre that includes pipe organs.
It's called pipe organ music.
secular music.
It's the opposite. Secular would be
Or try classical music in the prompt, too.
or maybe that. I am absolutely blown away by this. It's not perfect, but it's so good.
Pretty cool how fast this stuff is getting so good.
I think there is a lot of modern electronic music here. Maybe a little too much for me. There was nothing about electronic music here. Okay, this is better. At least we don't have any kind of electronic music in the intro.
It's still like stable diffusion in the sense that many generations in the early days would turn out garbage and not really follow the prompt exactly.
I think this is their attempt at pipe music. I like organ pipes. I don't know in which part we are, either this or this. The drops could be improved. I mean, it's so good. If it got even slightly better, yeah, that would be amazing. Yeah, I'm switching to this. Absolutely. I need to learn how to prompt this properly.
Guys, neon lights, he's on. Where my boy, nowhere to be alone.
You can even upload songs or audio snippets and let the model extend it with your prompt.
I it forward dan duka Agia Manukasi dan late nights on the every state for the call.
Let's get a sample.
So this is one of the most famous organ pieces.
Okay, let's get this one.
It's very wonky though, sometimes it doesn't even include the audio.
I have to lie. Title is too long. What?
Select Extend. On the uploaded audio print. In the list. To the right.
Oh yeah, here. I see. Okay, so I uploaded this. And now I want to continue. From that. Yes, that, please.
Extend from 1 if you want it to start with the sample.
Oh, 0 credits. That's the issue. Okay, I want to play with this.
It's pretty cheap too for what it's capable of.
Yeah.
500 songs a month. Monthly.
Let's get back. Let's reuse this prompt. Extend this. Let's say from 10 seconds. 5. It's interesting. I haven't seen anything like that. It very quickly switches to like something completely different. You can hear like low quality like microphone issues. Like it's from an old recording.
Bet they trained on a bunch of old recordings that sounded similar. And now you got it in your generation evolved. That to get vocals from any song and generating a new song with the same vocals.
This. I know this issue, like when you look at those lines, there are some stable diffusion models that have issues with those lines. Stable cascade is the one that does not. If you have like issues like that, you should switch to stable cascade. It's very good at geometric wavy lines. Speaking from experience here.
try that.
How are our stems? Here we have. Those are vocals, I see. Okay, so it's splitting. Yeah. Vocals from the music. Yeah. I think I will totally generate a bunch of music from this, and from the next stream, this is what we are going to use. Maybe even from this stream. Probably, I'm not sure if I can play those songs. The fact that I have commercial license, does it mean that I have commercial license to other songs? I don't know.
Only to your generations a fake. Re a bit of the toes.
Yeah. Countdown. We're about to.
No como soles.
This niggas pop a pride.
वतन की याद تدثر الأهرامات Pyramids tours around each
Nos topos das montanhas.
Born in silence, echoes from
Desde que nos unir in the fair.
you know mathematician, but I'm born in silence, echoes from the soul. Divine no.
Desde que nos
Let the river take control of the shot.
sound asking our eyes connect. Pixel thing on one dialect. Season
Let's go
of
for it.
hearts is confident is a
I'm sorry, what? I found something nice and it disappeared. This was kawaii dubstep.
Anime music.
crazy that from such short, high-level prompt, it's able to concretize into something that actually sounds good.
I don't want to know how much their training cost.
Probably not that crazy. But this is not impossible to do like on a regular machine. Including training. I mean, yes, they probably have used like a big model that and was probably trained on multiple GPUs. But a single GPU, it just trades off time. Let's create monster.
Jamming out to hallucinations of neural networks we live in the future.
Those are completely incompatible genres, which I kind of put here. it's good. This is not quite what I asked for, but it's very good. In terms of music, then you have to switch the stuff that we have in VLC. The next one, the one with electric guitar. Heads up, because this actually got has the requested guitar. Let's try prompting with a name of an artist. Can it actually generate in the style of another artist? Okay, so this is bullshit. Using the name of the artist is just a shortcut for a genre of music.
It only knows genres, dot.
Yeah, because the only kind of description, what? Is it like pop? Based on just the name pop, it's not going to generate anything.
Yeah, they could have implemented pretty easily. I've had some luck with asking local LM for genres.p.
Okay, this one actually has a nice feeling. And that was a very short track. The one before was better. Anyway, I'm switching back to generic cyberpunk soundtrack, and yeah, tomorrow I will play with this. Yeah, we'll switch off the copyrighted music and use something like that. Thank you so much for that. I had a big issue with copyright on YouTube, and I hope this will help. It might.
Enjoy! If you got a couple good tracks, you can also upload them to a distributor like DistroKid and publish an album on all of the platforms.
I think I'm not really looking to publish any albums. It's just I just need some good background music to play while I'm coding. And the way that they are doing this stuff, to me it feels perfect. I will just generate a couple hours of those tracks. Yeah, and I will play them in a loop. I was thinking how to adjust the dimensions of the bird to align it with the pixel grid.
I'll go grab some tea, be all Bill.
I'm not one for reminiscing, but I traded all for your sweet embrace. 'Cause we lost everything. We had to pay the price. There's a canvas with two faces of fallen angels who loved and lost. It was a passion for the ages, but in the end, guess we paid the cost.
Okay, so I want to increase the width.
I know we'll never fade away. What you did to me, I know. Said what you had to say, but I think I've
490. Yes, it will be perfect, because then the connection will leave the bird at 21. Yeah, this will be this is like the closest round value that we can have. I would rather do this in GIMP. It's not so easy. Let's see. here is what I will do. I will delete all of that. This, I think I can move 1 pixel left. Our bird is now slightly wider. Hi. Yeah, it's good to have you here. Many small things. Generally speaking, aligning stuff so that all of the objects, if you have an OCD and you like objects to be aligned perfectly, they will be. Maybe I can grab it like that. No, we don't have any transparent pixels here. No, we need to do the same on the right. So, I will duplicate this. With 1 pixel right. Around. Let's measure the width of the bird now. It starts here. That's exactly what we want. Now we have to decrease the height. See a way to decrease it from the top by just cutting it. I want to see how that will look. That's fine, so we decrease it by 1 and 1 more. Measure the height. Means that I actually have to extend it. or no, we have to cut another pixel. I think we could cut on the bottom, because bottom is slightly transparent. I think it's looking pretty okay. It has sharp edges now. We have a new texture now. Is our bird, and it clearly has it's offset from the edge now. So, okay, that's okay. On top and bottom. I wonder how does it look here? No, this one has a sharp edge. I think we need to temporarily disable filtering. We'll draw this with nearest neighbor. It may look... It may actually look slightly better now. And we don't have MIP maps. We probably should do MIP maps. Anyway, the point of this exercise is to be able to position this bird precisely aligned with the grid. Both the bottom and left and right edges should be aligned. So the origin of the bird right now is somewhere here. I think we should change that. The left edge starts at 49 pixels. And the bottom one at 5 pixels. To 9. Oh crap, I messed up. The height of the bird is set to 5 centimeters. Oh no. Everything I've done is wrong.
URL.
Scary.
I don't see exactly how that can be exploited. Okay, so your machine can be fingerprinted, right? By checking what ports you have opened. Yeah, I'm not sure if I agree whether this is a vulnerability. Like the ability to call different websites, even on your local network, it's like a feature of browsers. Something like that, yeah. Okay, the issue here is that
Local XSRF.
Local websites should also somehow authenticate user, otherwise they can be exploited by IoT devices or whatever, or smartphone apps, right? You have a smartphone, you're connected to your home network. You mean that the fact that it can access all of my kind of hosts on my local network is the fault is not in the browser here. The fault is clearly in the service which is exposed on local network, which kind of trusts all clients. I mean, it could be a feature because sometimes you want that. So I'm not sure. I feel like this is a step in a bad direction. This is more of this cross-origin blocking, which just makes it harder to build stuff or to interface with stuff. Yeah, and there is nothing with those URLs. Nothing wrong, usually. Because to exploit something like that, the website needs to know your username and password. And if they do, then they probably should be able to call services on your router. Yeah, this is more these cross-origin requests. What's the explanation for course? Expansion. Cross-origin resource sharing.
By using 00, instead of those, they can send arbitrary HTTP requests from any website scanning your PC.
Yeah, to localhost. Vulnerable applications. It's probably everything that runs on localhost that exposes a port. If you agree that this is a vulnerability. But in all of those cases, the issue is actually in some service. Yeah. The services which are just exposing their APIs globally without any authentication. This is the issue.
It's mostly the software's fault. But also scary because we used to think that services listening to localhost were safe from the outside.
It also depends how you listen to localhost. Because there is a difference between this kind of listening if you listen on 4 zeros and if you listen on 127.0.0.1. The latter one, the 127.0.0.1, is not accessible from your home network. It's only accessible from localhost. And for those addresses...
Yeah, the default for many Python projects is 0.0, especially ML.
For zeros, this is not a local address. This is all public addresses. This means to listen on all interfaces, at least in Linux. For instance, it's so for instance, I could create a website which would call your local Ollama, because Ollama port uses stable port. It binds 127.0.0.1, but I guess... Yeah, so maybe it's actually not vulnerable. Yeah, you really need... Even Ollama has authentication.
Yep, but since it uses 00, it won't get a response, a fake.
Meh. So they found free services which can be exploited this way. I think rather than blocking all of the kind of local computer access in all of the browsers, I think it's better to just fix those example. Okay, I'm not 100% sure, but it's always the case with security that the solutions to security issues are often like heavy-handed heavy-handed solutions that kind of limit functionality. And it looks to me that this is another example of that. I really dislike that. Because those heavy-handed solutions like introducing cores in browsers it just limits the number of like features that people can do using websites.
Yeah, Cores was hella annoying when it first came out.
It still is annoying. Like, for example, when I'm running my control panel here. Okay, somehow this is working now. I don't know how. But yeah, I basically had a bunch of issues with the frames because Twitch and YouTube, they were blocking. Oh yeah, YouTube says the stream is offline. Even though it's not offline, it shouldn't be offline. Yeah, it is live. It is only saying this is offline here, probably because of a course. I don't know why it's working now. It didn't used to work before.
Yeah, this is kinda annoying.
Anyway. Sorry, it was 6, 7, 3. Okay, so the width of macro recorder should be around 3.6 millimeters. Let's see. 3. Yes. This is another interesting solution. No. Okay. So those are the possible dimensions that I could use for the bird. I could either increase its height quite a lot, or increase its width. Okay, actually I like those dimensions. Let's close AUTOMAT. Get back to Krita. First of all, I can get rid of the side panels, so the bird will get a little bit smaller. And yeah, I can just delete the fuzzy part here. Actually make it look better. So the width is correct. I can measure it. Now we need to increase the height. I think the height is actually slightly smaller than I wrote there. It's 6 times 5. We need extra 10 pixels. Here we have 6. And on top we have 2 more. And grab the bird. Pixels higher, and that means we have 5 pixels. I can barely see. This needs to be... they don't have to, but I want them to be very precise.
Do all elements have to conform to exact dimensions?
This is going to be hard. I'm not good at those kind of edits. But let's try it. Here I need to erase this somehow, very carefully. Okay, we managed to stretch it. I don't know how. It would be nice if you can also complete it here. That edge looks a little bit weird still. Actually, it's quite okay. I was reducing the fuzziness of the edge. And sometimes my script is getting crazy. Maybe I can also do something here. So that the edge is more like sharper.
Can you send me a link to that image of the bird?
So this is the one.
Muffle says URL. Tadoom says
Forgot that it's on GitHub, thanks.
Now, this is the bird that will have exactly 5 centimeters height and 3.6 centimeters of width, and the space on the left, how much space do we have? 51 pixels. If I move it 54, so 3 pixels, right? It will be perfectly aligned. Or maybe that's a bad idea. Maybe I should align it in code.
Semi-swing around with flux and controlling it on Hugging Face now. I gotta wait 30 minutes for the next generation lull.
There's no way around that. And this is our new front panel. I saved it with from file. Now, the height of the bird is perfectly aligned. It hits pixels exactly. Yeah, and the width also seems to be aligned. Super nice.
Owl 2019 Pachimari. Nice.
I just have to now move some of the coordinates around.
Windows screen is on top of AUTOMAT RN.
Oh yeah. Let's get rid of... I have to do it differently. Let's get rid of Windows.
URL.
Curse dot.
Yeah. By the way, this is actually how I was designing this. I can show you the stream. There was a lot of stable diffusion involved.
Comfy noodle enjoyer, I see.
And not anymore. if you like doing that, I strongly recommend Krita. Krita is amazing for AI. There is this plugin I'm using Krita AI Diffusion. Which accelerates stuff so much. Like in painting is very good here. Yeah, you just select, regenerate, you pick any of the kind of solutions.
If it supports control nuts and stuff like IP adapter, it's absolutely amazing.
It does, and it just hooks everything up correctly. And some of the control layers are actually done so well that I don't even know how to translate this to Comfy to get, you know, comparable results. In painting in Comfy UI is, you know, why they call it Comfy. It's a joke. It's a cruel, sarcastic joke, because nothing about Comfy UI is comfy. Like using this is a pain, especially if you want to like just switch a couple of things. And the fact that they do everything for you is so nice.
There's also a project called ComfyScript that lets you define a workflow in JSAs, and one that exports workflows to Python code.
So we have this timeline argument.
Thanks, gonna try that out with Krita. Let's melt this 1080 dawn.
1080 is fine for like real-time stuff. They also have options for, you know, there are those LoRa's that make it much faster, like Lightning and not Turbo. Anyway, there are LoRa's that make stable diffusion way faster. And this Krita plugin can actually inject those LoRa's into models if they are not Lightning by default.
Amazing what open source is delivering.
I want to now properly align the contours, the shape of this object. I guess I will have to draw this. Style, stroke. Starting with this. Okay, so this is our shape, which is not perfect. It's far from perfect, actually. Okay. It should be... Okay, this path has some issues. First of all, size probably is good now. Yeah. It's not the path I want.
Oh, I see the Krita AI diffusion uses Comfy as the backend. Pretty nifty already have a GPU accelerated container set up for that.
Pretty cool, right? And it will reuse your models. If you downloaded stuff and you have like any LoRa's models, it just sets up the graph for you and sends any input images to Comfy. Okay, so this is the SVG, the shape. to switch this. Now I can edit stuff. I think this shape is good. Yeah. And align bottom edge to 0. The horizontal alignment I will just specify manually. looks okay. It's not perfect, but it doesn't have to be. I don't like that. There is a small twist here. Even when everything is positioned perfectly. And it's the macro recorder's fault. But there should be an easy fix. Because every object can specify the connection positions. Now it should be positioned perfectly. It's not. How is it not? This must be drawn by this GUI connection widget. Sorry, what's that? Why is this so... Is this hard-coded? I need the arc start function. I overridden the wrong function. At least now we are, it should be 22, controlling this. This should be a perfectly vertical line. Successfully removed all of the misalignments in AUTOMAT. Now I will just get rid of the debug code. And that should be it. The new timeline was created at the wrong position. See, it's slightly offset here. I wonder why is that? Windows sampling options. Hey. Interesting that it actually ends a little bit within the window. It's weird. I think we actually have something to do here. First of all, there is this small horizontal misalignment. But even then, it's weirdly offset. It's like a tenth of a pixel. We will change that. Instead of this erect bottom center, we will have object slightly different way of finding the initial position. Now there is no horizontal misalignment. There is still this vertical one. I think it could be the fault of timeline. Okay, now it's okay. Okay, so if the line is composed of just one straight segment, we seem to be making a mistake in length calculation probably. I like when things are aligned. But this is a different bug, so I think we can actually submit what we have right now. Actually, we haven't finished, because the eyes are still too high. Yeah, they have to be shifted, I think, to the right and above. The right eye, it seems fine. I think we are using this function, root cable down. This looks like a very tricky problem, probably coming from our turn shift. So this is our situation. Very good. Somehow this distance is less than 3 millimeters, even though it should be 3 millimeters exactly. maybe those are floating point issues. Actually, I see a lot of 9s before the first digit. This is delta. And this is y. The same as distance. Oh, it actually added two arcs here. Aha. That would explain it. What's that? Yeah, I see. Those are my weird... It's my weird representation. We should handle it here. Now it looks good. Check this out. What's happening here? Oh, I know. It's the radar. And the path is drawn perfectly now. So when it leaves here and arrives at the same position, it literally touches. It's slightly annoying that when we create a new object we have those visual glitches. We will take care of them another time. They're annoying. We should not do that.
URL.
Let's see. Nice. Oh, I wanted to try a new thing. So when I have those articles, I have my local AUTOMAT instance. No, just for like reading stuff.
In just memeing, would be funny if you changed the wires to spaghetti as an Easter egg.
Yeah, this is just a matter of color. So, yeah, if this was in this, pale, in the wheat color, yeah, but in general, when I'm like reading stuff on stream, like from blogs, I want to see how well TTS will be able to kind of do that. It's very slow.
With specks of Parmesan and red sauce.
It failed. too large still. There we go.
But pasta has yet more potential to display challenging behavior, as Xiaodong Jia and colleagues reveal in experiments on particle segregation 4 top. They've looked at how grains of different size and shape, including dry pasta tubes and rice, separate into distinct layers when shaken. This phenomenon is well studied. In the 1960s, engineer J.C. Williams proposed that the rise of a large particle through a powder of finer particles during vertical vibration was a ratcheting effect caused by progressive filling of the void beneath the large particle by smaller grains during each shake.
Some of the voices are very good for narration. I think male one.
But pasta has yet more potential to display challenging behavior, as Xiaodong Jia and colleagues revealed in experiments on particle segregation 4 triata. They have looked at how grains of different size and shape, including dry pasta tubes and rice, separate into distinct layers when shaken. This phenomenon is well studied. In the 1960s, engineer J.C. Williams proposed that the rise of a large particle through a powder of finer particles during vertical vibration was a ratcheting effect caused by progressive filling.
So my wife works at a game development company and they make cooking simulator. Unfortunately, a cooking simulator is more of a restaurant simulator, which I'm not a big fan of. I think a game which is like a physically accurate cooking simulation would be really cool. Like a sandbox where you can experiment with, you know, recipes, but with the premise that whatever you do in this sandbox, it's actually consistent with what you would get in real life.
Where the spaghetti flop around on the floor, and if you touch something, everything flies away, like in Skyrim.
I lost my way at 1:15. I'd shed a tear if I could even conjure up emotion.
Hey, I think we finished with all of the alignment issues. I will sign the last ones.
It's a good idea, and would require learning a lot of cooking. Competitive multiplayer realistic physics cooking Dodge 10.
Yeah, they actually had a lot of issues, but it seems like they could actually recover. Story for another time. Okay. So on the next stream, I think we will be adding shadows to objects, so that when they are picked up, the shadows should kind of grow. When they are dropped, the shadows should, the shadows should represent the distance between the object and the background. Skia has some facilities for realistic drawing of shadows. By realistic, I mean very, very realistic. They have actually, so shadows, they used to be a big element of one of Android versions. And in Skia there is a special class for drawing physically based, kind of correct shadows. Maybe it's this one, flatter shadow. Doesn't seem so. Shadow utils. Yeah, there are different kind of optimizations for concave shadows, like concave shapes. And probably there are highly accelerated ones for rectangles. SK shadow utils. This is what we are looking for. Z-plane parameters. Okay, light position, light radius. Oh yeah, because shadows are not cast exclusively by point lights. The interesting shadows are the ones which are cast by area sources. For this so in this example, the light source is a circle with a given light radius. Using a disk light. Yeah, this is going to be very interesting. So next stream we are doing shadows. And for today it's enough for today. See you next time.
Can you use shaders with Skia?
Of course. You think how do we draw cables and everything? It's all shaders. Anyway, see ya. Bye.
Good stream.